comfort zone and raise yourself up. Strive for new excitement. Visit new places. Look for new uniqueness. Take a new experience. Let's raise up your life through a wonderful journey. You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment and explore new places. Enhance your creativity. Enjoy the fun of the trip. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Embrace new sensation. Celebrate new happiness. Find new excitement. Seek for new tastes. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey. You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the fun together. Pamper your soul. to what the earth whispered to you. Explore the natural wilderness. Satisfy your appetite. Rid up your life through a wonderful journey.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may we kindly have your attention? The event will comment shortly. We invite you to take your respected seat. For your convenience, please turn off your mobile phone. Thank you for your cooperation.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Spread the spirit out. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may we kindly have your attention? The event will come shortly. We invite you to take your respected seat. For your convenience, please turn off your mobile phone. Thank you for your cooperation.
Take a new experience. Let's raise up your life through a wonderful journey. You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment and explore new places. Enhance your creativity. Enjoy the fun of the trip. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Embrace new sensation. Celebrate new happiness. Find new excitement. Seek for new tastes. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey. You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the fun together. Temper your soul. the earth whisper to you. Explore the natural wilderness. Satisfy your appetite. Rid up your life through a wonderful journey. You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Spread the spirit out. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Strive for new excitement. Visit new places. Look for new uniqueness. Take a new experience. Let's raise up your life through a wonderful journey. You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment and explore new places. Enhance your creativity. Enjoy the fun of the trip. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may we kindly have your attention? The event will come and shortly. We invite you to take your respected seat. For your convenience, please turn off your mobile phone. And thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Mr. Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Mr. Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs, Republic of Indonesia.
Hai, kami hadir lagi kali ini untuk menghibur hati yang sedang sedih. Hai, jangan malu-malu dan bernyanyi, hitam keriting tapi senyum manis sekali.
Senyum itu manis sekali, senyum itu manis sekali.
Rambut keriting itu mahkota kami, mari bernyanyi jangan bermuram hati. Titi jagung duduk di balai-balai, baik tidak baik coba moral lebih baik. Ama elelelele, ama elelelele, ama elelelele, ama elelelele.
Au de sele, de sele, manto mitane, no mitan manise. Asik, no mari kita goyang, no mari kita goyang, no mari kita goyang, no mari kita goyang.
Au de sele, manto mitane, no mitan manise.
Asik.
So aso inang so aso amang so, inang dalu cibale amang dalu lambae, siri so ekoi pening one peti manuki okoki. Oh Dawi wa uzale maitani, meda wa uzeta maiteta. Eo zeta one miuda pire ogore. Eo zeta one miuda pire ogore.
Au de sele, manto mitane, no mitan manise. Asik.
Deng 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 araka diki diki deng araka diki deng. kami. Mari bernyanyi, jangan bermuram hati. Titi jagung duduk di balai-balai. Baik tidak baik, coba moral lebih baik.
Ama elelelele, ama elelelele, ama elelelele, ama elelelele. Au de sele, manto mitane, no mitan manise. Asik, no mari kita goyang, no mari kita goyang, no mari kita goyang, no mari kita goyang. Au de sele, manto mitane, no mitan manise. Asik.
So aso inang so aso amang so. Inang dalu cibale amang dalu lambai. Si so ekoi pening one peti manuki okoki. Oh Dawi wa uzale maitangi. Meta wa uzeta maiteta. Keo zeta one miuda pireo gore. Eo zeta one miuda pireo gore.
Au de sele, manto mitane, no mitan manise. Asik.
His Excellency Mr. Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Mr. Abdul Qadir Jailani, Director General for Asia Pacific and African Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Ms. Sinta Kamdani, Chairwoman of APindo, the Indonesian Employers Association, representative of Indonesian business community. Excellencies, ambassadors, distinguished panelists, representatives of the business community, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning from Jakarta. Welcome to the Indonesia, South and Central Asia Inasca Business Forum 2024. We have just witnessed on the stage a performance of Tobe dance from the province of East Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia, with choreographers Dr. Rosmala Saridewi, MSN, and Fajri Tri Raharjo, SPD. The Tobe dance, which means woven cloth in the language of East Nusa Tenggara, is a creative performance that blends tradition with new elements, depicting religious moderation. This unique work is deeply rooted in the culture of East Nusa Tenggara, accompanied by the song Deki Dengtu, which features traditional of East Nusa Tenggara music. It symbolizes our wish today that Inasca Business Forum will foster collaboration and partnership between Indonesian, South and Central Asia business partners. Organized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, this is the inaugural Inasca Business Forum. It is expected that this forum will increase trade and investment, raise awareness of potential business opportunities in Indonesia, and enhance business to business cooperation in leading and strategic industries. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to officially welcome you to the session of Inasca, we would like to invite Director General for Asia Pacific and African Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Abdul Qadir Jailani, to deliver his remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. His Excellency Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Kasimov Ilzat Ablaha Taufik, Deputy Minister for Investment, Industry and Trade of the Republic of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Dindin Wahyudin, Advisor to the Minister for Foreign Affairs on Economic Diplomacy, His Excellency Musin Sihab, Advisor to the Minister for Foreign Affairs of International Institutional Relations, Ms. Sinta Kamdani, Chairwoman of APINDO and representative of Indonesian business community, Excellencies, distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to the Indonesia, South and Central Asia, or Inasca Business Forum 2024. I am very delighted to see so many esteemed guests, policymakers, business leaders from Indonesia and South and Central Asian countries. Your presence underscores the importance of our collaboration and bring optimism for our shared future. This forum is collaborative effort between Indonesia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and our embassies across South and Central Asia. Thank you, ambassadors and consul generals, for your kind support. Under the theme, Unlocking Potential, Fostering Economic Partnership, we gather to explore the vast opportunities between Indonesia and these regions. With over 1 billion people and projected GDP growth of 6% in South Asia and 5.4% in Central Asia. This is the perfect time for Indonesia to enhance its engagement. Today, we have 400 leaders and experts and are ready to engage in productive discussion to enhance trade and investment ties. Our goal is to transform dialogue into tangible action. The program includes strategic discussion, business matching sessions, and exhibition. We have organized 4 panels. First, main panel focuses on South and Central Asia strategic outlook and opportunities for cooperation, covering macroeconomic trends and potential partnerships. Thematic panel 1 discusses energy security and infrastructure, exploring sustainable energy collaboration. Thematic panel 2 examined food security and health, focusing on innovative strategies to ensure food security and enhance health services. Thematic panel 3 covered tourism and services, including fintech, addressing connectivity and investment in tourism infrastructure. Each panel features distinguished speakers offering insights to tackle challenges and unlock opportunities. And don't miss our curated exhibition, where you can engage with exhibitors and explore potential partnership. I want to thank once again the ambassadors and consul generals from our Indonesian mission in South and Central Asia, as well as Indonesia ministry and agencies involved in making this forum reality. I will be remiss my duty if I fail to mention the strong support of embassies from countries in South and Central Asia accredited to Indonesia. I'm confident that today's event will lead to fruitful outcomes. Let's seize this opportunity to build lasting partnerships for our shared prosperity. I thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Abdul Qadir Jailani. Kindly allow me to proceed to the next segment of the forum by inviting Chairwoman of APINDO, the Indonesian Employers Association, representative of Indonesian business community. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Sinta Kamdani.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency, Mr. Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Director General of the Foreign Affairs, Bapak Abdul Qadir Jailani, and all distinguished from the Foreign Affairs Ministry. Also, Your Excellency, Mr. Kasimov Ilsat Ablak Hatovich, the Deputy Minister of Uzbekistan, Minister of Investment, Industry and Trade. Your Excellency, ambassadors and government representatives from South and Central Asian countries, esteemed business delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor for me to be here today and address all of you in Indonesia South and Central Asia Business Forum, Inasca 2024. I think this is a great opportunity that Indonesia businesses will be able to interact with businesses from South and Central Asian country. And obviously, as business representative in Indonesia, I'm one of the happiest persons standing here because this will open up many doors for our businesses in Indonesia. Also, allow me to convey how Indonesia businesses welcome and greatly support this forum as long as we really long to get to know the business from those countries. Our highest appreciation also to the Indonesia Minister of Foreign Affairs for initiating this forum as a strategic platform for interaction and dialogue among businesses. And I believe this can play a pivotal role in assisting Indonesian businesses to unlock the many, many economic opportunities we have left untapped so far. The theme of this year forum, Unlocking Potential and Fostering Economic Partnership, is timely and highly relevant. Many South and Central Asian countries are relatively unknown to Indonesian business compared to other regions and markets. And sometimes we hear some countries in the region involved in conflict, in embargo, or in crisis. Other times we learn that some countries in the region are having a stable and strong growth that it's difficult for us to understand the true business opportunities Indonesia may have in the regions. With total population of over 2.7 billion and a combined GDP of more than 5.2 trillion US dollar, South and Central Asia are regions that are hard to miss. Countries in the region represent rapidly growing markets that also serve as a key meeting point for political, economic, and cultural exchange, making it a call for Indonesia to look further and explore more. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past few years, we have witnessed remarkable growth in our economic relationship, with total trade volumes between Indonesia and South and Central Asia exceeding 43.5 billion US dollar in 2022. About 312,000 travelers from the region visited Indonesia, fostering deeper culture and tourism exchanges. Investment from the region has also amounted 142,000 US dollar, reflecting the robust connection between us, primarily in commodity trading, telecommunication, and pharmaceuticals. All these achievements are very much celebrated, and Indonesia businesses are eager to expand them further, primarily through diversification of trade and investment activities to trade more goods beyond palm oil, cotton, or garments, and invest in other businesses sector we have not collaborated on. However, I must admit that the number does not reflect on the fact that there is a huge disparity in Indonesia economic relations across countries in the region. The growth of Indonesia economic activities with the South and Central Asian partners is primarily driven by our relation with long-standing partners like India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. In comparison, Indonesia does not have much trade nor business presence in countries from the region like Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, or even Sri Lanka. We really think that it will be a missed opportunity if Indonesia do not expand our business outreach to this less familiar South and Central Asian country. This forum serves us with unique opportunities in which business can foster a more diverse, deeper, and stronger economic relation with our key regional partner. Today's global economic landscape presents us with both challenges and opportunities. Geopolitical shift, technological advancement, and the need for sustainable development are reshaping the way we do business. It is therefore crucial time that we are not only focused on short-term gains, but also work towards building a long-term, resilient, and sustainable partnership that can withstand the dynamics of global economy that may adversely affect our economies. Indonesia, we have a saying, tak kenal maka tak sayang, meaning if we fail to continuously interact with each other, if we will not have a strong relationship. So if we don't know each other, we cannot have strong relationship. I do believe that connection we may create in this forum should be maintained as a basis for us to continuously explore new avenues for cooperation. Through panel discussion, business matching, and networking opportunities, we can identify areas where businesses of our countries can collaborate, share best practices, and explore new opportunities. Inasca 2024 will not only open doors for potential deals, but will also lay the groundwork for stronger, more resilient economic ties between our regions. We are eager to connect and with a more wide range of global business players and attract more foreign investment, including from South and Central Asia, to build a long-term mutually beneficial relationship. As fellow business people, I'm sure you will not pass this opportunity offered by this forum.
Thank you, Ms. Sinta Kamdani. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to kindly invite the Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, to deliver his keynote speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, Deputy Minister of Investment of Uzbekistan, Excellencies, Ambassadors, Director Generals, Deputy Ministers, business representatives from Indonesia, and also from South and Central Asia, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of us. It is a great pleasure for me to be able to be with you today to welcome you to the first ever Indonesia and South and Central Asia or Inasca Business Forum 2024. This forum is aimed to deepen the collaboration and cooperation of the Indonesia businesses and those from South and Central Asia, as already mentioned by our Director General and also Ibu Sinta Kamdani. We hope that the Inasca Business Forum will be an annual event to foster collaboration, to stimulate economic growth, and also to achieve collective partnership. As mentioned already before, the theme of today's business forum is how are we going to be able to unlock the potential and also to develop a much deeper collaboration between Indonesia and South and Central Asia. We are meeting today amidst a very difficult global economic situation. 2023 was a difficult year in which we are actually seeing international or the global trade as well as foreign direct investment globally has continued to decline. This is actually a result of the geopolitical and trade fragmentation that has actually escalated. Global growth is also projected to remain modest in 2024 and well into 2025. And the economic outlook this year is also cautiously optimistic with higher for longer interest rate. And we are seeing that continuing geopolitical tension is continuing to actually happen, and challenges of debt sustainability and climate change are the challenges that will continue to become those that we need to actually address. However, we are also seeing that there are immense opportunities for Indonesia as well as countries in South and Central Asia. Indonesia, as we may already know already, is one of the largest economy in the world. We are currently the 16th largest economy, growing at about 5 and hopefully at about 8% in the next 5 years. And hopefully by the year of 2045, Indonesia will become the 5th largest economy in the world. We also have enormous market potential. We have about 280 million population. We are also rich in resources, including critical minerals, and currently undergoing a lot of economic transformation as well as infrastructure development. And we are aspiring to become a developed economy by the year of 2045 through the Golden Indonesia Vision of 2045. At the same time, we are also seeing that South and Central Asia region also has many untapped opportunities. South and Central Asia has seen impressive economic growth for the past 20 years, with growth exceeding 6% per year between 2010 until 2018. It has a combined population of about 2.1 billion people, with population growth contributing to about 70% of the growth of the Asia population between 2000 until 2050. The combined GDP in the region exceeds 5.4 trillion US dollar in the year of 2024. And the growth is projected to remain robust at about 6% in South Asia and about 5.4% in Central Asia. South and Central Asia is also known to have a significant amount of resources, including oil and gas and critical minerals. Indonesia already has a pretty strong cooperation with countries in South as well as Central Asia. The trade value between Indonesia and South and Central Asia has experienced remarkable growth driven by the rising demand for a diverse range of goods and services. By the year of 2023, for example, our trade value reached 35.4 billion US dollar, reflecting a substantial increase of about 54% from 23 billion US dollar in the year of 2019. While this growth demonstrates the strong foundation for us to be able to develop a stronger partnership, there remains to be significant untapped potentials. Going forward, I hope that Indonesia and South and Central Asia can realize these potentials in the following areas. First, in the area of energy security. Some countries in Central Asia have significant reserves in oil and gas, while Indonesia currently imports a significant amount of oil and gas. For example, right now, today, Indonesia is importing somewhere about 500,000 to 600. Transitioning towards renewable energy resources, Indonesia and countries in South and Central Asia can also collaborate on the development of renewable energy, including solar as well as hydropower, as well as other areas such as hydrogen. Second, agriculture and food security. Indonesia and South and Central Asia have a high and increasing demand for food due to our projected increase in our population. Currently, Indonesia and some countries in South and Central Asia are heavily reliant on food imports. Interestingly, agriculture is one of the most important sectors for both Indonesia as well as most of the countries in South and Central Asia. I hope that through this forum, we can actually explore a way for Indonesia as well as businesses coming from South and Central Asia to be able to collaborate on how are we going to be able to improve our agricultural productivity and services in Indonesia as well as in South and Central Asia continue to need to have strengthening, particularly in keeping with the increasing needs of the population. Indonesia, we are still relying heavily on imports for health equipment as well as pharmaceutical ingredients, while some countries in South and Central Asia has already developed some capability to develop a domestic production capacity for producing its own pharmaceutical requirements. So this represents opportunities for cooperation in the production of pharmaceutical ingredients as well as medical equipment. Fourth, trade development. Even though trade volume between Indonesia and Central and South Asia continue to grow, as I already mentioned just now, in the last 5 years, we've been growing at about 54%. I am glad that this forum will continue to provide a platform for Indonesia as well as businesses from South and Central Asia to continue to develop our trade relationship. Indonesia currently has a PTA with some South and Central Asian countries, including Pakistan, Iran, and India. So, how are we going to be able to continue to build on and develop a much stronger trade relationship, building on the existing PTA that we already have? And right now, we are also in the process of negotiation of PTA with other countries. I hope that through your continued support, we are going to be able to conclude this negotiation and finalize the agreements, which I'm sure will bring a significant benefit for both regions. I hope that through these forums, business sectors from Indonesia as well as South and Central Asia can explore concrete cooperation in those areas as well as in many other potential areas. I am pleased to note that this forum, several business deals has already been signed. So far, the trade and investment deals worth of about 8.3 billion US dollars have actually been secured. I hope that this forum to become the first ever to be held, stronger supply chain and resilience, Indonesia and Central and South Asia can really materialize this projected growth. But this can only be achieved with greater cooperation, leveraging on our respective strengths and also complementarities. And it is my hope that this forum can be a platform to pursue this cooperation by enhancing market access for our respective products and encouraging interactions between business people. To conclude, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you representatives from government as well as businesses from Indonesia, Central and South Asia countries for attending this forum. Let us seize the opportunity to chart a path towards deeper collaboration and mutual prosperity. Together, we can unlock the true potential of Indonesia and South and Central Asia to create a future defined by shared success. And together, we can build a stronger and much more resilient economies that benefit our people. Thank you very much. You will all have a very fruitful discussions during this forum.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Pahala Nugraha Mansuri. Now we step to the signing ceremony. There will be 5 documents signed today. Your Excellency Pahala Nugraha, business representatives, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the highlight of today's event, which is the signing of business deals between Indonesia companies and their counterparts, among others, in the field of pharmaceuticals, fast-moving consumer goods, and agriculture. We are honored to have with us the key representatives from signing of 5 business MOUs. We kindly invite to the stage the representative of Pandawa Agri to sign the MOU on. Please sign the document. We also would like to kindly inform that this agreement has been signed beforehand by the representative of One Nimtu Private Limited and Golden Eagle Intertrade Private Limited. Please show the document. We thank you. You may take your seat. Next, the representative of Yaden International from Sri Lanka, NPT Kimia Pharma Tbk, to sign the marketing agreement for Indonesian pharmaceutical products to be marketed in Sri Lanka. Please sign the document. Please exchange the document. Please show the document. We thank you. You may take your seat. Now we invite Deputy Minister of Investment, Industry and Trade of the Republic of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Mr. Kasimov Ilzat Ablakatovich, and PT Sterilin Halal International to sign the MOU regarding manufacturing pneumonia vaccine and organic fertilizer for agriculture and edible farm sector. Please sign the document. Please exchange the document. Please show the document. We thank you. You may take your seat. The representative of it is. Please sign the document. Please exchange the document. Please show the document. We thank you. Now we seek the kind indulgence. Deputy of Investment, Industry and Trade of the Republic of Uzbekistan and Mr. Ruslan to remain on the seats for the next signing. Next, the signing of MOU regarding Research and Development Program, CSR and B2B business matching to increase investment and trade between Indonesia Eurasia International Council and the Ministry of Investment, Industry and Trade of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Please sign the document. Please exchange the document. Please show the document. Thank you, sir. Remain you on stage. Thank you. Now we would like to kindly ask the Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, Mr. Deepak Samtani, representative to Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and all the signatories to come to the stage once more for a group photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please face the camera? And allow me to count, starting from 3, 2, and 1. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you all. You may take your seat. Your Excellency Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Excellencies, business representatives, esteemed guests, member of the media, ladies and gentlemen, with that we have concluded the signing ceremony session of the Inasca Business Forum 2024. The agreements signed today symbolize the robust cooperation and partnerships between Indonesia and countries from the South and Central Asia region, in particular Sri Lanka and Uzbekistan, that is built on mutual trust, shared vision to work together in enhancing concrete economic cooperation. Your Excellency Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Excellencies, business representatives, esteemed guests, member of the media, ladies and gentlemen. We have just witnessed the signing of 5 business deals valued at 14 million US dollar. This will enhance business transaction in the pharmaceuticals, automotive, health, and energy sectors, totaling 8.3 billion US dollar from 50 business agreements between Indonesian companies and their counterparts in South and Central Asia during the road to Inasca since the beginning of this year. Such mutually beneficial outcomes can be accomplished through strong collaboration between Indonesia and countries in South and Central Asia, involving both government and private sectors. This event stands as a testament to our commitment to enhancing cooperation in trade, investment, and tourism with the South and Central Asia region. Next, we will take a short break. Please enjoy the coffee break and please return to the ballroom promptly at 11:15 a.m. so we can continue with the next session. So once again, thank you for your cooperation. Thank you to the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Pahala Nugraha Mansuri. Thank you for coming today and especially become to be our participant. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Yo.
Here we go with our pretty music entertainment. In Inasca 2024.
I used to rule the world. These were eyes when I get the world. Now is the morning I sleep alone. Sweet as sweet I used to. I used to roll the dice, feed of he and my enemies and listen as the crowd would sing. Now the old king is down, Lola the king. Why we did our head the king? Now the wall we close on me, and then this kill where my cows to.
Gentlemen, may you return to your seat, then we can continue to the next agenda of the panel discussion of today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please to pay attention for Mr. Yogesh Patkar. Mr. Yogesh Patkar from India, could you please to come to the committee? We have your ID card. days, especially to the Inasca 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, may you return to your seat, then we can continue to the next agenda of the panel discussion of today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Inasca Business Forum 2024. Today we will have a panel session on the issue of the regional strategic outlook of South and Central Asia and opportunities of cooperation. And I would like to invite Mr. Abhiram Singh Yadav, lecturer, business person, LSPR, Institute of Communication and Business, as the moderator for this session. The floor is yours.
Yes, good morning, everyone. And it's a great pleasure to serve as a moderator today at this marvelous event. And it's a forum where us all, individuals, corporates, and institutions, we gather from Indonesia, South Asia, and Central Asia, along with very important policymakers, businessmen, and other related parties who can cooperate and build a stronger network to develop the cooperations between the two regions. Today, we're honored to have a few very important, distinguished speakers, very reputable, of course, and it'll be very interesting to see the insights from them and how we can build bridges from Indonesia to South Asia and also to Central Asia. First of all, I would like to have the honor to invite Dr. Yayan Ganda Hayat Mulyana. He is a career diplomat of Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, currently serving as head of Foreign Policy Strategy Agency. Born in Tasikmalaya, West Java in 1966. He has joined Indonesian Foreign Affairs since 1993 and has held various key roles. Also, he has served as this head of the Secretariat for Special Envoy and the head of the Center of Education and Training. He was also part of the permanent mission of Indonesia in the United Nations in New York and also in the Indonesian Embassy to Singapore. Mr. Dr. Yayan Mulyana, thank you very much. Along with him, we're also honored to have a very distinguished Excellency, His Excellency Mr. Kasimov Ilzat Ablakatomi. Mr. Kasimov was appointed as the Deputy Minister of Investment, Industry and Trade this March. Excellency, please. Also from South Asia, Dr. Nilanjan Ghosh. Dr. Nilanjan Ghosh is the director of the Observer Research Foundation in India, where he has held the Center for New Economic Diplomacy. He's based in Kolkata. He also serves as the co-chair task force for the Think 20 under the Brazil's G20 presidency. Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. And one more final distinguished guest, we have Mr. Cahyo Pranomo. Mr. Cahyo Pranomo is currently serving in the Ministry of Investment and Coordinating Board, PKPM. Thank you. Well, thank you for coming here this morning. And I think with the background of everyone here, there's a lot to learn, a lot to discuss. However, we will have a very limited time, so we would like to open this discussion in a bonding way and how we can see and predict and see the opportunities and what are the things that we can create bridges between the regions. First, I would like to uh, ask Mr. Yayan Mulyana, what, knowing that Indonesia's identity, what do you think are the key strategic interest of Indonesia in South and Central Asia? And how do these align with the interests of both South and Central Asian countries? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much to the organizing committee for having me today. From the perspective of Indonesia, there are areas of the strategic importance of South and Central Asia. First, of course, we see that Central and South Asia embodies the Indian Ocean dimensions of the Indo-Pacific. The oceans that remain a critical arena for the security and stability of shipping lanes and trade routes. And the second one, we see that the region also presents the middle power ship, which is extremely important for the dynamics not only the global level but also the regions. And we recognize like Kazakhstan and India have risen to the level of the middle power, or even India has been regarded as the major powers in the region. And the third one, of course, the region is the indispensable part of the global south. And the global south has been extremely essential, not only in balancing the directions of the global order in the futures, but also in enhancing cooperations between South-South countries in the face of the global North divide. And the last one as well, the region is one of the backbones of the non-aligned movement and extremely important for Indonesia. So these are four strategic importance of the regions for Indonesia. Thank you.
Very well. I think it's well explained. Yeah. Further, I would like to deepen a little bit. What do you think are the long-term goals and visions for the relationship between Indonesia and the regions of South and Central Asia, for which both can benefit mutually and develop mutually? Please, sir.
Yes, there are many opportunities of cooperations between Indonesia and the regions, and between the regions and Southeast Asia and the Indo-Pacific. And of course, if I may look at some statistics that we have, for example, in terms of the economic growth, the World Bank projected the GDP growth in the regions in 2024 for South Asia 6%. I think this is an excellent number compared to other regions, and Central Asia 5.4%. This is the number. This is close to Southeast Asia and as well to Indonesia. So we have huge potential, and of course the total populations of the regions that reaches about 2.1 trillion, and there are key sectors for future cooperation in investment, infrastructures and energy, telecommunication and RT, hydrocarbon and mineral reserves, vehicle manufacturing, oil and gas. And of course, from our perspective as the exports of commodities, Central and Southeast Asia, and it's an excellent market for palm oil and fractions processed, for palm oil and crude palm oil, as for fatty acids and industrial. And the last one, which I want to tap into from our perspective, is the opportunity for cooperation in circular economic opportunity in Central Asia, especially. So construction value chains in Kazakhstan, agricultural value chain in Uzbekistan, and the urban ecosystem in Almaty. So we have huge prospects of cooperations. Perhaps what we can do further is to deepen and to enhance the architectures of cooperations between Indonesia and Central and South Asia, and between these regions with the Southeast Asia and with the Indo-Pacific. Thank you.
Fantastic. Yes, deepening the architecture of the cooperation is very important. Next, I would like to, before we come back again, of course, but next I would like to ask Mr. Excellency, Mr. Kasinov, what do you think are the factors shaping the strategic economic outlooks of Uzbekistan and Central Asia?
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's my pleasure to be here at the Indonesia South and Central Asia Business Forum and to join this important discussion of energy security infrastructure. Today, I would like to emphasize the potential for cooperation between Uzbekistan and Indonesia, especially in the energy and mineral sectors, as well as critical role of infrastructure and logistics is driving economic growth of our regions. We consider Indonesia an important partner in Southeast Asia. This year marks the anniversary of diplomatic relations with Uzbekistan and Indonesia. We have achieved positive results in trade, investment, tourism, and education. However, it should be noted that potential our cooperation is not yet been fully exploited. Uzbekistan holds abundant reserves of natural gas, gold, uranium, copper, and many other minerals. Uzbekistan is in top 10 countries in the world in terms of reserves of most important minerals. Now, our country produces annually more than 100 ton gold and about 150,000 tons of copper. Uzbekistan and Indonesia can collaborate in developing the mineral wealth. Both nations are on the path of toward energy transition. Uzbekistan has ambitious goals to increase its renewable energy up to 40% capacity, including solar and wind projects by the 10 years. Yeah. We are open for cooperation in this sector with Indonesia and South Asian countries. Infrastructure is the backbone of any economy, and logistics is the lifeline that sustains trade and investments. Both Uzbekistan and Indonesia, situated in regions with vast economic potential, can unlock significant growth through enhanced connectivity and robust infrastructure. The development of foreign economic relations of Uzbekistan largely depends on solving the existing problems of foreign trade transportation, which the whole Central Asia is facing. In this regard, the projects on development of multimodal freight transportation and construction of China, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, and Pakistan rail routes will make a significant contribution to the development for international trade. In its turn, Uzbekistan's landlocked position can be mitigated through effective collaboration with Indonesia's seaports and logistics hubs. The mineral sectors is critical of ensuring energy security, especially as the world transition to cleaner energy sources. Both Uzbekistan and Indonesia possess natural resources needed needed for this transformation, and a strategic approach can unlock their full potential. Instead of merely exporting raw materials, both nations must focus on value addition within the region. As we move toward renewable energy, minerals like lithium, cobalt, and copper will be in high demand. By securing investments in these areas, Uzbekistan and Indonesia can cooperate in supplying these essential minerals to global energy market. Um, our past, the past few years, our country has carried out large-scale reforms amid this critical favorable investment climate. In particular, we have completed successfully liberalization of currency and foreign trade policy. Foreign Investor Council under the President of the Republic Uzbekistan was established, where investor can directly participate in the development of effective proposal to improve the country's business climate at the highest level. Moreover, Uzbekistan applies competitive and inexpensive tariffs for public utilities to enterprises, as well as favorable rates of income tax and value-added tax. We call all interested parties from Indonesia and South Asian countries to come to Uzbekistan to study the created opportunities for investments. I think it's with together we can strengthen our energy security, um, enhance economic growth, and pave the way for sustainability development. I look forward to fostering closer ties and exploring the many opportunities that lie ahead. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Kasimov. And I think that's very inviting. Yeah? Your statement was very inviting. And I think, as Mr. Ayat also said, that Indonesia, with this wider concept of seeing the region in the Indo-Pacific framework, I think the the benefits that Indonesia is bringing and the benefits that Uzbekistan as the major geostrategic country in in this South Central Asia, maybe is there any pragmatic approach, do you think, that Indonesia and Uzbekistan, or the Indonesia with the Central Asian regions, can work immediately on from the business perspective, of course?
Yeah. Albatta, albatta biza tezlashtirsak bo'ladi. Menimcha, man o'ylaymanki, межгосударственный dokumentlarni tezlashtirsak, qo'l qo'ysak haligi избежание двойного налогообложения, o'sha dokumentlarni biz tezlashtirishimiz kerak. Karantin degan eksport bo'yicha biza Indoneziya karantini bilan yaxshi ishlashimiz kerak.
Of course, we have a lot of ideas how to make the cooperation between our countries and regions in order to accelerate, expedite the cooperation issues between Uzbekistan and Indonesia. We need to expedite the signing of the documents like about tax and quarantine of agricultural products.
Thank you. Thank you. And next, I would like to Mr. Ghosh. I mean, India has been, knowing that you're from India, so India has played a very important role already in South Asia and its connectivity to Central Asia. So, what do you think are the factors shaping the strategic outlook of South Asian as a region?
First of all, very good morning to all of you, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me for this very important conference. I'm elated to be among a very august gathering. Coming back to your question on what makes India an important force, in fact, as such as South Asia is concerned, and as also, in fact, I reckon that this is something true for the global South as well. Now, if you look at the successive G20 presidencies which have been led by the global South, which we call the double troika of the global South, that is Indonesia, India, Brazil, and the next one is going to be South Africa. They have emerged as the voice of the global South. Now, as far as India is concerned, India is playing well with certain factors, which are also prevalent in many parts of the global South. And I essentially pose this entire problem in the framework of what you call the inclusive wealth approach. Now, what entails the inclusive wealth of nations? Essentially, the first and foremost factor happens to be the human capital. Now, at certain times, in fact, it has often been contended that India's population is the largest in the world. It has exceeded China at this point in time. It's 1.42 billion. But what makes India a competitive force in the context of human capital is that 35% of the population, 65% of the population is below the age of 35. 55% of the population is below the age of 30. 47% of the population is below the age of 25. Now, what we have or present to the world in this context is a huge labor pool. Now, the labor pool is the raw labor pool, which needs to be converted to human capital through capacity building, through education, through training, and also, in fact, certain supporting services like health, social security, and other aspects. Now, these are certain elements which are growing in India. So, and if I compare, suppose, say, even Indonesia, I mean, a similar condition exists in Indonesia, given the fact that India grew by 8.2% in 23-24. India's growth rate is projected at 7.1%. In fact, in 24-25, it might be higher. That is what, in fact, we feel as far as internal estimates are concerned. Indonesia has also been growing subsequently, and its growth rate is higher than the global average. Indonesia also has this advantage of demographic dividend, given the fact that to the tune of, as far as my figures go, 41% of the population is under the age of 24 in India. So this huge labor pool can always be converted to human capital. Now, this caters to two needs, first of all. The first need is very internal, that you are presenting to the world a huge investment destination, that you have skilled, cheap human capital as compared to the global north. A. B, if you look at some of the other countries and their demographies, especially the global north, say European Union, Japan, South Korea, population is aging. Population, not only that, the working population is declining. The dependency ratio is increasing. Now, who is going to fill this gap? So if we create a human capital gap, budget as such, that this is the demand out there, and this can be the supply side from whether it is India, Indonesia, South Asia, ASEAN, or as such events in certain parts of Central Asia as well. This gap can always be filled out there. That is one. Second is, so I talked about human capital. Second is the natural capital. We have a big pool of natural capital which is underexploited, whether in fact it is ASEAN, Indonesia, or suppose South Asia or India. Now, this natural capital, apart from whatever, we talk about critical minerals, we talk about, say, forests, we talk about the water resources. Let's take this into consideration, the importance of the blue economy. We are yet to explore the importance of the blue carbon as such. Can we create this massive market for carbon? There are some very important instruments, financial instruments that are coming up readily. So we are yet to explore that. Apart from that, the connectivity initiatives, which, so I talked about human capital, I talked about natural capital. Now let me come to physical capital. The physical capital elements lies with the connectivity initiative. Now, India has already initiated certain connectivity initiatives in the form of, we have been talking about the INSTC, or the North-South Transport Corridor, which goes to Central Asia, through Russia, and eventually, in fact, connecting us to Europe. Then we have, during the last G20 presidency, we talked about the IMEC. We have signed the India Middle East Economic European Union Economic Corridor. Now, this entails a massive plan, massive plan in the sense we are going to connect through, this is a multimodal transport connectivity. We are going to be connected through the ocean, through the railways, and eventually through the port. And again, in fact, from the Haifa port in Israel, we move towards the Europe. Now, this is going to help us, in fact, in creating alternate pathways to what exists through, in fact, the Red Sea and the Suez Canal, which is again, in fact, has been uh, disturbed largely by the Houthi attacks. Then, in fact, one ship stranded, and the entire Suez Canal gets blocked for 7 days. That costs millions. So, under such circumstances, this is also something which is something which you can call a hedging strategy under the geopolitical risks or other forms of risks that may arise in the context of transportation. Now, if at all we have this entire connectivity initiative from Indonesia to the southern or the eastern ports of India, then this entire corridor can be redelineated as maybe the uh, India, European Economic Corridor, Middle East Economic Corridor, and which can help in that entire process. So these are the three forms that I'd like to come across, and I presume that these are the three forces by way of which cooperation can also develop.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. I will come back to you later on through the various initiatives, connectivity initiatives that are done in South Asia, particularly initiated by India. How can we? What were the pragmatic business opportunities that we can grab? But before we come to that, I will like to go to Mr. Cahyo Pramono, and he is with his vast experience and a very important person for investment in Indonesia. What do you think are the key investment potentials between Indonesia, South Asia, and Central Asian countries? And what are the sectors that do you would say that is promising in Indonesia?
Thank you very much, moderator. First and foremost, allow me to take this opportunity to express our appreciation, particularly to the organizer, our colleagues at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Pak Jatmiko, my good friend, for organizing such not only timely but also historics in my view. So hopefully this event, will be able to provide a platform for us for further discussion and explore all the opportunities, particularly in the economic sectors, including the investment. So if we take a look at from the perspective of Indonesia, last year we were able to slightly exceed our investment target of roughly in total 95 billion US dollar. So this number, the 95 billion US dollar, is investment realization. So this is not investment approval nor investment licenses, but this is investment realization, meaning that for each and every project you can clearly see the progress on the ground, not only in term of the physical development, but also all the way into the commercial production. So again, Indonesia is one of the top leading investment destination. If we take a look at the UNCTAD, they put Indonesia as the one of the top 20 host economies for the 2 years in a row from 2022 to 2023, thanks to a number of what Indonesia has a lot to offer, not only in terms of the population or the growing, middle class in Indonesia, but again, some investment, they are the resource-seeking investment. They come to basically take advantage the availability of our rich natural resources. Some investment is in the market-seeking investment, meaning they come to basically, set the manufacturing activity and including, sell all the goods and finished goods to the domestic market, including, make Indonesia as an investment hub, as a production hub to export some of their product, overseas. Last week, I accompanied my minister attending, head up ceremony of one company from Korea. Head up ceremony. It's the largest glass manufacturing company in Indonesia, where 80% of their products are to be exported. So this is another area that Indonesia is keen to take advantage of our capabilities. When we take a look at the top 5 key sectors in Indonesia, we'll see, in particular, and this is, I think, one thing that we need to have, discuss in depth, because this is quite important for us to take note. Even though we've been able to double our investment realization, from 721 trillion Indonesian rupiah in 2019 to 1,419 trillion Indonesian rupiah last year. But this number again, always growing in terms of the investment target from the government. So with the new administration coming up, we believe that this number will be even higher. The target, coming from the top level, will be even making, investment as a key sector in Indonesia. It is important to note, for instance, in terms of the total investment in Indonesia, of the 5 key sectors, one is metal and non-machinery industry, followed by food industry, chemical, pharma industry, and this is an area which we know that India is very, strong. And at our ministry, we welcome a number of Indian companies. They are keen to explore, the pharma industry, and I'm also happy to note, during the opening, the First Minister, for instance, mentioned, that we are heavily reliant on active pharmaceutical ingredients from China, from India, and now we are seeing more and more Indian Chinese companies are, trying to basically, setting up the manufacturing plant in Indonesia. And coming back to the 5 key sectors, another one is paper and printing industry, including the transport industry. So these are major sectors in Indonesia, which we believe, Indonesia is open to any countries, not only to, let's say, South Asia or Central Asia, but other countries. And again, at the Minister of Investment, we are what we always say, that our door is always open. Prior to this meeting, I'm happy to have special meeting with Invest Kazakh to basically explore, two-way investment, inward and outward. And I think this is also another area that Indonesia is very keen to have. So, coming back to your main question, Mr. Moderator, I think, again, this is just the beginning. Yeah, I do hope that, we'll be able to take advantage of this event to explore further opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chahyo. I mean, today there's a lot of businessmen here. I think you being here is very important. So, do you have any solutions for new investors from, especially new markets from Central Asia, even from South Asia? What's the best way to start the business in Indonesia without any problem?
Thank you, sir. I think, of course, number one, our focus is not only on the new investor, but also on the existing one. We believe by providing, extra care to our existing investors, it will be easier for us to attract new investor coming up to Indonesia. So what we always say to the new investor is that, please, take the right and appropriate channel. As you are well aware, we have embassies, all over the world. We have foreign embassies here in Jakarta. There are a number of, like Ibu Sinta Kamdani is the chairwoman of APindo, Indonesian Employees Association. We have our Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kadin. number of business association and so on and so forth, including our ministry. So please, take advantage of this existing channel to basically, get support, get assistance from all of these stakeholders, because at the end of the day, if there is specific issues, our ministry, which is actually not so far from this hotel, you can take a walk, maybe 5 minutes, and we have dedicated team. Actually, we have dedicated team for each and every region. I cover not only South Asia or Central Asia, but also East Asia, Middle East, and so on and so forth. And this is not so, I would say, not so frequent for us. I know, and I can say that Indian business people in particular, they are very active, they are very aggressive. The Indian embassy hosted a number of events, which thankfully I used to attend, and again, we have a regular discussion. We wanted to do and come up with testimonials of some successful Indian companies in Indonesia. There is TVS Motors, for instance. There are many other companies from India, and some more companies are exploring in other areas, including the healthcare, hotel, and so on and so forth. So again, our door is always open. I'll be happy to be at their service. What we always say is that you will never walk alone. In your investment journey in Indonesia, you will never walk alone. We will be at your side to make sure that any free step, our president is available to assist you and to extend our full support. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jayo. It's a fantastic statement and explanation that the Indonesian government is always welcome, has prepared various facilities to facilitate everyone here. So I hope everybody can also take a good opportunity in this forum today in order to engage and develop businesses in strengthening both regions' economy. Finally, after all the speakers have given their opinions and views, we would like to open questions, maybe two people. One from there, one more. Okay, please.
Hello. This is Shams Abbasi. I'm economic journalist from Pakistan. And it was a nice discussion by all of panelists, especially friend from India, our neighboring country, as well minister from Uzbekistan. And first of all, I want to inform that in South Asian region, we can say as well, its connectivity with the Central Asia. Before Cold War, it was the time of, we can say, geopolitics and lot of challenges both of the regions have. After Cold War, the scenario is totally changed, and it's now converted into geo-economy and lot of new emergence going on. And first, I want to explain that in South Asian countries, only Pakistan is the country who have a land connectivity with Central Asia through Vahan corridor. Other are no, I think so. And only two countries who can, I think so, connect Central Asia with the world. And they have two ports like Pakistan and Iran, Chabahar and Gwadar. This is my question. And another is, I have a question to respected Indian panelists. Tell about some corridor, I think so. India, Central Asia, and Russia. And may I know this corridor is connect through which area? Because in between Pakistan and China is there. But I think there is some air connectivity, and it's a land corridor. It's very important.
Well, yes, thank you. I think the base question is the connectivity. Yeah? So I think in context with the question as well, I think South Asia has made various connectivities, and Indonesia happens to be located in a very geostrategic area in the Indo-Pacific framework. So I would like to ask Mr. Ghosh the same question. What do you think of the pragmatic business potentials between the regions, please?
Three things come to my mind, frankly speaking, at the very outset, where this exchange can happen, and more importantly, that is going to be the future priority of both the regions, or rather, I would say all the regions at this point. One is, of course, the pharmaceutical element, which is definitely going to be something very critical given the global health diplomacy that India has also indulged in. That is one. And second is the kind of knowledge transfer and technology transfer that can happen. The second element is, I would say, is driven by digital. One of the important success stories of India happens to be the fintech, major success story. And even today, in fact, when we go to some of the shops, we are not essentially carrying credit cards or even suppose a cash. We essentially use that QR code and make the transfer at times. And this has pervaded across income groups, across business groups in India. So possibly that kind of technology transfer can happen. Second is when you talked about health, the digital health element and the digital services, which is emerging and can be a growth driver across large components of the global south. And third is from the perspective of food security and supply chain rationalization in the agricultural sector, it's going to be the agri-tech. So these are the three elements that I can think of in terms of cooperation and in terms of the future growth drivers of the global south.
Thank you.
Yeah. So on the this is primarily the INSTC that you were talking about. Thanks for this question. This is a very important question. Now, this is a multimodal transport corridor that has been thought of. It's going to have the route involves primarily India, Iran, Azerbaijan, Russia, Central Asia, and Europe. So it's going to be, it's not confined to land. It's essentially through the sea route and then gets into the railroad. But right now, in fact, it's only the talks that have happened. As you know, any kind of physical connectivity initiative like this, when you talk about a huge space, is going to take time. And it is not yet time, essentially, that we can gauge whether some progress has been made. So similar is the case with IMEC. Right now, we conceptualize the IMEC. It was backed by European Union. It was backed by United States. But again, in fact, there are geopolitical shocks that have impeded on the system. Think about the situation in Israel at this point in time. So in the, there are plans to utilize the Haifa port. But given the fact that right now that cannot be accessed, so there is some kind of a, I would say, a transaction cost. And again, there are other investments as well. In every node of the IMEC, the investment is to the tune of $3 billion to $7 billion. So the financing is also an issue. So there are plans, grand plans, but again, there are also transaction costs beyond the budget, beyond what we actually conceptualize at this point in time.
Okay, we can maybe take one more question. Anybody? Yes, please.
Hello, sir. Myself, R.K. Jain. I am from India. My question is to Mr. Ghosh. Mr. Ghosh, you talked about the huge workforce available in India and Indonesia, and that will be helpful in countries where the population is aging, like Japan and Korea. So I would like to know what sector of the workforce will be able to help in these countries, because the unskilled labor force nowadays is not available in India to cater to various countries as earlier it used to be in Gulf countries. So that is my question.
This is not merely a question, sir. This is a concern, rather, and an opportunity as well, because that is what we intend to hit upon. We have a workforce in the sense, I'm simply calling it the labor pool, which needs to convert it to human capital. Now, what is this human capital? This human capital has to fit into the need, first of all. So what are the emerging demand domains which are going to happen in future as far as Japan, South Korea, and the European Union are concerned? That is something that we have to map, first of all. So that the plan is that whether it's going to be IT or ITES, whether it's going to be finance, whether it's going to be other forms of services, that needs to be mapped for 2030, 35. and eventually we have to train the labor force in here to get converted to human capital to cater to that existing gap. That is essentially the idea. But over time, if we look at the global emerging development paradigm, it seems that one very important gap is going to be in the form of the digital divide. So IT and ITES, that is something that we have to think of, so that and they don't have adequate workforce to cater to that. Second is going to be the other forms of services which are driven by the digital domain, and the aging population out there, even in Europe or in Japan, are often not in a position to access those. So they fall severely short of workforce, especially in services. So it's going to be the service sector where we need this kind of skilling happening in the developing world or in the emerging world, I would say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, one more, final, please.
Hi, sir. I'm Ashwin Jachak from India, and in Indonesia, we are looking for the free trade economic zone so that we can develop in like sometimes what happen. No, we have to do cross-border selling. No, we have to import sometimes. So, is there any scope on this? Because in Indonesia, there is FTW is there provision there, and if available, what are the thing? What are the formalities we have to do?
I think this should be for Pak Cahyo, yeah, please.
Well, thank you for the question. If I understand your question correctly, you're asking is more on the cross-border, let's say, export and import Indonesia and overseas. Well, if this is part of your investment plan, if you rely on, let's say, foreign input, at our ministry will be happy to help you to take care number of perhaps some paperwork. For some products you need to have technical recommendation from for instance from the Ministry of Industry if you are in the manufacturing activity, and then it has to be submitted to the Ministry of Trade. And at the end of the day, we have a whole system what we call a national single window, which is a single platform, to help you to take care of your export and import thing. So I'll be happy to have further conversation with you right after this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. As we reach the final stage of this panel, I would like to request each panelist for their closing statement. Most important, knowing that Indonesia, a country which is geographically, geostrategically located in a very important area in the Indo-Pacific framework, an area where 80% of the global goods carry on, and then there is Central Asia, an emerging market, a future market, and then South Asia, which is a huge emerging market at the moment. How can we collaborate and what to do? What would be your closing statements? Mr. Yayat, please.
If I may say just 2 points on the closing statements. First, I think we need greater visibility. So when we asked the public in Indonesia or in Southeast Asia, what comes into your mind when you hear the word Central and South Asia? Of course, one of the countries from the region which is so famous at the grassroots level is India through Bollywood. But of course, we need to do more in terms of presenting greater possibility of Indonesia in Central and South Asia, and Southeast Asia in the Central and Southeast Asia. And the second point, following what Pak Cahyo explained, one of the things that investors asked when they want to have a better pictures of investment environment is, what is your main concerns when you are planning to invest in Indonesia? One of the main concerns is the legal certainty and legal consistency. But I would say that as Indonesia is on the way to be parts of OECD, I would says, based on our research, for example, there's a high level of congruence between our standards with the OECD standards. For example, in the public policy, we have 80% of congruence level. In the areas of information openness, 100%. Environment, 77.5%. And consumer interest, 82.6%. Science and technology, 85%. And the business competitiveness, 80%. And the last one is taxi, 90%. So here we have a good start to be one of the best destinations of investments in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yayan. It's a fantastic statement. And the next I would request His Excellency Mr. Kasimov.
Я хотел отметить, что Узбекистан находится очень далеко от Индонезии. И, знаете, у нас огромный, несмотря на это, у нас есть огромный потенциал.
I would like to mention that Uzbekistan is quite far away from Indonesia, but despite to this fact, we have great potential between our countries.
Вы знаете, Узбекистан развивается очень быстрыми темпами, и у нас есть несколько вариантов выхода на на индонезийский рынок. Мы развиваем сейчас, строим дорогу Узбекистан, Кыргызстан, Китай. Мы уже подписали межправительственное соглашение. У нас в планах есть, я уже отметил в своем выступлении, мы собираемся строить дорогу Узбекистан, Афганистан, Пакистан.
So right now, current days, Uzbekistan is developing very fast, and we have a lot of projects in the logistics. We are building the ways from Uzbekistan through Kyrgyzstan to China, and the second is from Uzbekistan to Afghanistan and to the
Иран.
Pakistan and Iran.
Мы, вы знаете, Узбекистан богат очень минеральными ресурсами, и необходимо вкладывать инвестиции в наши минеральные ресурсы, переработку различных полезных ископаемых. В Узбекистане имеется вся таблица Менделеева имеется у нас.
Uzbekistan is the very big, rich country in the mineral resources sector, and we have the full table of Mendeleev elements. And we have the great potential to cooperate in this mineral resources sector.
Один из примеров хотел сказать, что мы раньше экспортировали только хлопок-волокно, а сейчас мы уже не экспортируем хлопок-волокно, а полностью перерабатываем волокно.
One of the example is before in the past we exported raw material of the cotton. But right now we are not exporting raw material, but fully industrialized product. After that we are exporting.
И в то же время мы по всем другим минеральным ресурсам хотим выйти на глубокую переработку.
At the same time, we are planning to industrialize our mineral resources sector and make it not exporting the raw material, but the ready, finished product.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kasimov. And I think it's the best opportunity. He's here. Whoever wants to invest in Central Asia, particularly in Uzbekistan, I think it's a nice time, a nice moment to use this momentum with Mr. Kasimov throughout this forum. The next, I would request Mr. Ghosh, please, sir.
Yeah. In short, I just like to add what I stated. I stated that digital domain as one of the domains of cooperation, as also, in fact, one of the future areas of growth. Let me add another domain to this. That is going to be green transition. And in fact, IMIC already conceptualizes this because it has green hydrogen and a renewable energy corridor out there. And this can always be extended farther to the south. And I presume that it's going to be a major domain for India-ASEAN or India-Indonesian cooperation. And we can always reconceptualize the framework of one sun, one earth, one grid. That's it.
Thank you. And then finally, the most wanted person, most important person in this room, Mr. Chayo Barnamo, please.
Thank you. It's very clear that both Indonesia, South Asia, and Central Asia, we have many things in common. We have similar and many, strong interests. But I just want to highlight one thing. Both Indonesia and all the Central Asia and South Asia are too big to ignore. The time is now. Let's do something to take the relation to the next level. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And let's do something to take this to the next relation to the next level. And this sums and wraps up today's panel. On behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I thank you very much and looking forward to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists for the engaging and enlightening discussion. Before we close the session, I would like to invite Mr. Muhsin Shihab, Expert Staff for Interinstitutional Relations, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, to come to the stage to present token of appreciations from the committee to the moderator and all respective panelists. Mr. Muhsin Shihab, could you please to give the token of appreciation to the moderator first? Next to all the panelists. Thank you, Mr. Muhsin. Can we have a group photo session together with all the panelists and moderator? Could you please to face to the camera, and allow me to count starting from 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much, sir. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with our next session, we will take a break. We invite you to enjoy the meals that have been prepared and kindly return to the ballroom promptly at 1:30 p.m. so we can proceed with the next session. Thank you for your cooperation. Hello, good day, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Inasca Business Forum 2024. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, our first thematic panel discussion, I would like to invite our moderator, Mr. Andi Kurniawan, MSE, Lecturer Center for Central Asian Studies, UPN, Veteran Jakarta. Please welcome Mr. Andi Kurniawan.
Tes. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I think this afternoon is one of the historical milestones when we are discussing about the relationship between Indonesia, Central Asian countries, and also South Asian countries. And this is also the part of the worldwide development, the discussion on global South. I think this is a strategic opportunity for countries involved within this forum, these discussions, to strengthen and to enhance our cooperations in all related fields, including the energy and infrastructures. This afternoon, for the first sessions, we are a very interesting speakers, those who will talk about how the opportunity of energy and infrastructure businesses within the relationship between our countries. I'd like to introduce first our speaker. The first is Miss Andrea Febi Misna. She is the director of new various energy and renewable energy at Indonesia's Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. She has very extensive experience in bioenergy and renewable energy. So I think she is the right person to talk about how the development of Indonesian energy transitions and also about the potential opportunity that we could develop within our countries. Let's invite Ms. Adriansa to come to the stage. Thank you, Ibu Menteri. Okay, the second speaker, I think if you know about one of the leading energy company, Pertamina, this is one of our senior vice president in business development, Mr. Wisnu M. Santoso. Mr. Wisnu M. Santoso, he is the extensive business development corporate in Pertamina, and he is currently in the position of senior vice president for business development. He has conducted wide, extensive organization development in terms of international trade and international business development, and he was assigned by the company to develop and enhance other subsidiaries, including the international shipping and other potential new energy businesses. Please welcome Mr. Wisnu Santoso to the stage. And I think the next speaker is also very interesting. He is an expert of international development, and he is currently the special advisor to the Minister of Maritime Investment. He earns PhD degree from International Development University of Oxford, and he is currently leading the Energy Transition Office in the Ministry of Investment and Maritime Affairs. Please welcome Mr. Edo Mahendro, PhD, to the stage. Okay, in this session, the only international speakers, but it does not limit our discussion because she has very extensive knowledge on energy studies and also the international trade networks on the renewable energy concerns. Please welcome Ms. Gulmira Rizayeva. He is the leading international researchers in Oxford Institute of Energy Studies. Okay, I think uh, let's start our discussion this afternoon, and I hope that audience could have opportunity to to discuss about the further potential cooperations with Indonesia, especially in terms of energy and infrastructure businesses. For the first time, I think I would like to provide an opportunity to Mr. Edo Mahendro as a special advisor to the minister, the coordinating minister of maritime and investment. Let's hear about his view, his perspective about the development of Indonesian energy transitions and how the Indonesian government would provide the assurance for the potential investors, for especially those who are interested in contributing in a renewable energy business in Indonesia. Please welcome Pak Edo. Please, your time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for the time. How many minutes do I have? Is it a presentation or is it a Q&A?
I think this is interactive discussions, and we do hope that you can provide
Right.
your essential point from your view.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure, my honor, to be invited here with other distinguished panelists. I see, of course, my colleagues Bu Febi and then Pak Wisnu, and of course our colleague from international community as well. I think what is important for Indonesia now is that we have a plan, we have a strategy, and this strategy and plan is like a party, and everyone is invited, especially from colleagues from South Asia and Central Asia, where the topic of this Inasca is like we would like to see more investments, be it coming in or coming out, be it to go towards Indonesia uh, or outside from Indonesia. We have like two companies as well here. I think Pertamina has a really strong outward strategy as well for their businesses. So I think that's the most important thing here. And from my side as well, as the special advisor to the Minister for Carbon Pricing, and as well as for as the chairperson of Indonesia's Energy Transition Implementation Joint Office for the electricity sector, I think interesting and exciting things should be coming up soon. I will leave the details to my colleague here, Bufabi, but actually we're going to have a really strong business plan for Indonesia's energy transition in the electricity sector, whereby we're going to have a really aggressive, progressive, clean energy plan for Indonesia's electricity. So we're going to need more investors. We're going to need more technology as well to boost the energy mix, especially clean energy and transition energy in our energy mix going forward.
Thank you very much for your first insight. I think we can continue to Ibu Andriansha, I think as the directors of new energy and new various energy development at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. What are the achievements have been conducted by the Indonesian government, and what other potential business sectors that might be interesting and potentially for the potential investor from Central and South Asian countries?
Oke, thank you, Pak Andi Kurniawan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable all speaker, moderators, participants, and all colleagues who already joined with us today. First of all, thank you very much for having us in this great event. I think it's the opportunity for us to share with you about renewable energy development in Indonesia. And first of all, I would like also to convey the apology from my DG, Professor Enia, Actually, she would like to attend this event, but unfortunately, she has another meeting with the minister. So regarding renewable energy development in Indonesia, actually we have several targets. The first one in short-term target, in 2025, actually we would like to achieve 23% of renewable energy share in our energy mix. Even the achievement actually in 2023 only around 13%, 13.7%. But we hope that we could accelerate the implementation of renewable energy to pursue the target in the future years. And several projects or programs that we deliver to achieve this target, among other, are development of renewable energy massively. We also already included in our general electricity plan. We also encourage the implementation of rooftop and also encourage the biomass co-firing in our coal-fired power plant, and also mandatory biodiesel. Now we already implemented biodiesel for B35, and we hope in the future we also can increase to B40 or more. And we also encourage the utilization for other biofuels such as bioethanol and also bioafter. And for the medium term, actually we have the target to achieve our greenhouse gas emission reduction by 2030, which is in energy sector. We have target around 358 million ton CO2 equivalent under our enhanced NDC. And in 2023, we already achieved 127 million ton of greenhouse gas emission reduction. So we hope that we still can pursue the target in 2030 with several projects. And for the long-term target, we have to achieve net zero emission by 2060, or can be earlier, but supporting by international division. And in long-term target, we have to reduce emission 95% from our business as usual. So we have several strategy to achieve those targets. Can we move to the next slide, please? Is it possible for me to?
Yeah. Sorry, Ibu. Can I move to Pertamina maybe for the next insight about the implementations and the contribution of Pertamina within the energy transition at one, and as the leading state-owned enterprise, what is the possibilities of cooperations, and to what extent Pertamina's engagement with countries in Central Asia and South Asian region? The time is yours, Pak Wisnu.
Thank you, moderator. Very good afternoon, distinguished guests and fellow panelists. Thank you so much for the opportunity. From Pertamina, with regards to energy transitions, I think it's quite clear to us that we, as a general in the energy sector, we face considerable challenges because, as we all heard from Pak Deputy Minister this morning, that in Indonesia has aspirations to become the first and the fifth largest economy by 2045. Now, therefore, it's become our responsibility to provide the energy to fuel those growth. And while at the same time, not only that we have to grow, but we have to transition at the same time, because the push from international community toward a cleaner and more sustainable energy is unstoppable. So therefore, we do see the responsibility not only to grow, but also to transition at the same time. Now, from our point of view, is that us in Indonesia, we are blessed with so many potential, which previously Ibu Feby has highlighted. We do have many new and renewable energy potential throughout Indonesia, and it is within our task to try to monetize those, and by at the same time using it to fuel Indonesian growth, as well as to reduce our dependence on energy import. Now you might be wondering why myself as a business development person are involved in this transition issues, while mostly it's the job of a sustainability function. It is because us in Pertamina, we view this transition as also a golden opportunity, because comes with that transition, there are a lot of new potential business, such as later on probably Pa Edo can also elaborate more, like carbon capture, the development of hydrogen, those kind of new businesses that we see can actually grow and become big in the future. That to certain extent can replace our more intensive emission business at the moment. So that's how we in Pertamina view these changes as a golden opportunity to develop our businesses in the future, a more sustainable business. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Wisna. I think one of the interesting key and terms that you mentioned is about sustainability. Maybe we move to Ms. Rizayeva. So, as the international energy scholars, what do you think is about the potential energy cooperations between Indonesia and Central Asian countries, and what the potential obstacles that might develop within this relationship? The time yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for having me today. It's a great pleasure and privilege to be in your beautiful country and city. Um, yeah, despite that the forum is on cooperation potential opportunities between Indonesia and Central Asia. Well, I'm actually originally from Azerbaijan. I've been working for many years for the government of Azerbaijan, and though there are not many representatives of this country, but I see many opportunities indeed in what you mentioned just now in energy sector, but not only energy, but also transportation sector as well between two countries. Historically, Azerbaijan has been actually Central Asia, the whole region has been hydrocarbon carbon exporter. Today, Azerbaijan exports natural gas to 10 European countries, as well as Turkey and Georgia, and oil to world markets, including Indonesia. So we already have this, a cooperation set for quite many years. But apart from that, as our previous speaker mentioned, all hydrocarbon producer countries, they need to start seriously thinking about the transition. Well, maybe not fully transitioning away from hydrocarbons, because that target is very hard to achieve, and it's a very long-term target to achieve. But because countries like Azerbaijan exporting hydrocarbons to countries like like European countries that have very strict energy transition targets. So we need to meet those European customers and other actually customers' objectives to to transition away from hydrocarbons or to lessen their emissions. So that's kind of a requirement coming from the buyers, from the markets, and therefore investment needs to be in this particular area to lessen emissions or to start exporting cleaner energy. So the country is as any southern country is blessed with solar and also wind energy potential. So according to World Bank, Azerbaijan wind potential is one of the biggest in the world. It's 157 gigawatt gigawatt of energy, and solar as well. So there's a great potential in investment in this area, and many foreign companies already invested hundreds of millions of dollars in renewable energy in the country in order to export it further to Western countries. And the third direction here, as I say, is transportation. Today when we have all these conflicts and wars, going on in the neighboring regions, full-scale Russian invasion to Ukraine, also the war in the Middle East, made all those existing transportation corridors like the Northern Route and the Red Sea transportation corridor quite risky, and therefore the importance of the so-called Middle Corridor, which connects China with Central Asia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Turkey, and further Europe, is becoming increasingly important. So all the goods, including energy products, all goods and many type of products can be transported via this particular corridor. And I think that Indonesia can join the corridor by its multimodal, transportation route by simply sending ships to the very east end of China, where this transportation route starts, and transport its goods, export products to all the way to Central Asia, Caucasus, and Europe. So I think
Okay,
that's the-
Ms. Rizaeva, thank you very much for your insightful explanation. I think let's move back to Pak Mahendro. I think the some interesting discussion that mentions about the energy transition, and you talked about electricity, and Ms. Rizaeva also mentions about the wind and other renewable energy forms. So, what is your insights that might be investor coming to this electricity business to our country, and is there any strategic you can advise to them? So what's the key starting points that investment and businesses could be engaged with this potential electricity and renewable energy in our country?
Yeah, thank you. It's similar to whatever business for investors. They're looking for certainty, clarity, and accountability. And these are the things that the current administration, and I'm sure within the next 2.5 weeks, will also be continued by the incoming administration to keep pursuing these three. Now, to do that, basically, the government will have to provide a supportive environment for this and the necessary platform to do that. Now, related to the supporting environment, I think we have also been basically spearheading, the government, all the necessary policy changes that need to be introduced so that we can boost the investments coming in with greater clarity. So, to give you an example, previously we have quite maybe some confusion for several stakeholders related to the local content requirement in Indonesia. So within I think I would say last month, I think we already fixed that so that now we have a synchronized regulatory environment and framework that gives a clear pathway, also a clear, I would say, threshold regulations for developers, project developers and owners for the renewables. So that's an example whereby Ibu Director Febi is here introduced the new ministerial regulation related to the local content together with Ministry of Industry. So that's an example whereby previously we have confusion related to the regulatory environment, but now we fix that so that it is clear, and it is clear for investors as well, because it would also give the space for blended financing opportunity. Because as we know, one of the challenges in boosting renewables is to de-risk the investments. Now, with this clear local content regulatory framework now that we have, now it is clear like what kind of potentially relaxation that could be provided given the necessary injection of concessional capital within the investment. So that's an example of how we should give clarity, certainty, and accountability to potential investors. So number one. Number two is related to the necessary platform on how we could streamline the process. I would like to inform everyone that I think going forward, because Indonesia is one of the JETP countries, the second after South Africa. Regardless all of the difficulties in making sure that the flow of the funds really materialized, actually it pushes everyone on the table, not only Indonesia, but also our partner countries, to try to introduce change in doing things. And this includes the introduction of our official country platform by the government, Ministry of Finance, which work together very closely with, for instance, with the joint office, with the ministries, so that we can introduce basically, hopefully by next month, a channel, a platform, so that we can reduce the search costs of renewable projects in Indonesia. So going forward, we're going to have like a one place to go where we will have all the list of the projects which we will launch hopefully on the National Electricity Day in November. Number 2. Number 3, related to the plan. So now our planning strategy is really we have a very clear steps in how we build the plan at the highest level until down to the operational level. Now at the highest level, basically we have the, I think apa Ken itu apa ya bahasa Inggrisnya? National Energy Policy. Yeah, I think Pak Joks is here as well. So it's we have that already approved, both by the GOI and the Parliament. And then now we're going to have our national electricity planning, and then our business plan that will be conducted by our Seto Enterprise for Electricity. So hopefully by, I would say, as soon as at the latest first quarter next year, we're going to have all the list of the projects. We're going to have the platform. We're going to have the channel. And then so it's clear for everyone, those who want to invest or those who want to basically develop projects in Indonesia, because this will be huge and this will be clean. So I think those kind of approaches that we have been pursuing that could provide the certainty, clarity, and accountability for potential investors or project developers in Indonesia.
Thank you, Pak Edo. It's very comprehensive explanations about the policy regulations and about the rules that my Indonesian government could stipulate about the renewable energy transition in the future. But let's back to Ibu Directors, Ibu Andriansyah. Maybe you can further explain how the collaborations between private and public partnership could be enhanced in terms of the development of energy transition, especially as we know that Indonesia is the large country and it is a strategic position in Southeast Asia. It might be also influence the energy distributions around Southeast Asia. Maybe you can further explain about the potential collaborations between private and public partnership.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, as mentioned by Pak Edo, actually we open for the cooperation. There are so many room to work together in renewable energy. We have a huge potential of renewable energy, and so many resources that we have from solar, wind, hydro. We also have ocean potential of our ocean energy, but unfortunately until now, it's have no come to commercial. It's still on the research and development. And we also have a bioenergy and also geothermal. And for the energy transition for achieve the net zero emission 2060, we also conduct some we conduct the development of renewable energy for the carbonization, such as hydrogen and ammonia, as well as nuclear. So we hope that we can work together on that. Indonesia has huge potential of renewable energy that we can produce a green hydrogen. So we open for the investment for the green hydrogen and also ammonia. And also, we also would like to have a nuclear power plant in terms of decarbonization, because in our roadmap to achieve net zero emission, we will gradually phase down the coal-fired power plant. So nuclear become one of the option to replace the coal-fired power plant in the future. From this roadmap, we can see that in the future, solar PV become the most popular, because we have a huge potential of solar PV and we have a huge potential of solar energy, and We will encourage the implementation of solar in a rooftop floating solar as well as for the ground-mounted solar. And we also would like to encourage the development of local manufacture for solar PV because we hope we can utilize our another resource in mineral. And for the opportunity, actually, there are so many opportunity for collaboration, for cooperation in investment in renewable energy, such as in solar PV and bioenergy, geothermal, and other. It can be in terms of investment. It's also can we can work together on sharing knowledge, such as Indonesian engineering and service company exploring new renewable energy opportunity in South and Central Asia, and also fostering cooperation in terms of bilateral forum, G2G, and B2B, and also South Central Asia cooperation on renewable energy. And the cooperation can take the form of technical assistance, capacity building, as well as financial support. So I think we open for that. And we can see the slide, some opportunity for the investment actually in, this is the opportunity for investment in new and renewable energy. Based on our existing general business plan on electricity, we have a hydro project, bioenergy, wind power, solar, geothermal, and we also would like to develop the green hydrogen and ammonia for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Andriansyah, for your comprehensive statement about the our potential business in renewable energy. Let's refer to the last statement from Ms. Rizayeva, as you mentioned that there is a possibility to involve in middle corridors. So what is your suggestions? Because we have Pertamina here. Pertamina is one of our oldest and the most experienced company, state-owned company, and has international operation within shipping, new energy business, and also about the oil and gas itself. So, what is your suggestions that our company Pertamina could involve in this middle corridor and could have cooperations with countries surrounding this area?
Well, I see.
Please, Marizaya.
I see quite a few opportunities for companies from Indonesia, and particularly for Pertamina, because well, apart from middle corridor, we already had a quite successful experience with a South Asian company in the region, not only in Azerbaijan but also in Turkmenistan as well. It's a Malaysian Petronas investment in upstream projects. So a company like Pertamina or Petronas, and coming and investing in upstream projects, let's say in natural gas production or even oil production in Azerbaijan, has the opportunity to have stakes in the gas transportation infrastructure as well. So in a sense, owing some part of the infrastructure and being a direct exporter of energy resources, including natural gas, to Turkey and Europe. So I think this can be a great opportunity. Apart from that, another successful investment in the region, again in most of the Central Asia countries and in Azerbaijan, is investment in renewable energy, because nowadays companies, oil majors, NOCs, national oil companies, they started also aggressively investing in renewable energy for the reasons that has been mentioned already here. Yeah, we have some Middle East companies, again aggressively investing in solar and wind in the region. It's UAE, Masdar, Saudi Aqua companies. So hundreds of millions of investment at the moment we have coming from these companies, and again with the perspective of exporting renewable energy to the European market, because we have just one of the most liquid and huge market just next door. So any investment in this region has creates and opens the door for companies to have direct access to very really big liquid market on the west. And on the transportation, this middle corridor, or another name of it is Trans-Caspian International Transportation Corridor, which crosses several countries, the multimodal transportation route, transporting goods from China to all the way, as I said, to until Germany and the UK. So again, creates a lot of opportunities for all the countries along the route. And it's not just one direction transportation, it's a reverse direction. So goods can be also transported from the west to the east. So as I said, Indonesia can, as this transportation route involves tankers, ships, railways, and other type of transportation. So goods from this country can be exported to Europe again by sending ships to China, Yuvu, where this corridor starts, and then from there it can take all the way to Europe. But with the markets along the route, with the huge Central Asia markets along the route, Caucasus, Turkey, which is 85 million population market, and then you have the biggest market in Europe. I think opportunities are there. There are always a lot of opportunities to explore, and this project gives companies like Pertamina great chance to be involved in this project. So again, as I said, it's both as in terms of import into the country and in terms of export from the country to the western direction.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rizaifa. I think let's deepen into our energy transition discussions. We back to Pak Mahendro, the special advisor to the coordinating minister. What about the implementations of the carbon pricing policy in Indonesia? How will it impact the development of our renewable energy investment and private sector contribution in these green infrastructure projects?
Yeah, thank you. So at the moment, we do have a regime related to Indonesia's carbon pricing. However, it is still in a very nascent condition. So I would say it's like still like a baby. Yeah, so it's like still a baby. I think it's still like I would say less than 1 year old, and we need. So it's not yet learning to learn. It still has to we have to really make sure that carbon pricing in Indonesia, so that we can use this so that we can have a relatively correct carbon pricing that can boost the adoption of clean energy in the future. So that's our hope with the creation of the carbon pricing ecosystem in Indonesia. With this design, what we aim to have is to create a sticks and carrots system going forward for our economy. This includes, of course, business entities, so that they could pursue a low carbon strategy in the future. Because in the end of the day, it's about survival. In the global competition, we believe that to make sure that Indonesia could reach the high income status by 2045, we need to make sure that we have a strong industrial basis going forward, and low carbon industrial development is one of the strategies that we would like to pursue. In the end of the day, through this through this development of the carbon pricing ecosystem that is supportive for energy transition, we aim to have lots of private sector participation in green investments, be it for the mitigation or adaptation, and of course for energy as well, for clean energy. That's one thing. The second thing, for extra additional revenue for the government, so that we can even further introduce some intervention, financial intervention to de-risk some of the investments in energy transition, especially in the renewables. That kind of hard to some. Yeah, some technology is not as easy as the others, or it's not as cheap. And then number three is the green job creation. We like to show this also to have more green jobs creation going forward. So in the end of the day, we believe that in the future, in the near future, the introduction of carbon pricing ecosystem in Indonesia would actually help the adoption, the energy transition, and as well as to look into energy efficiency as well going forward, so that it might help and boost Indonesia's comparative advantage in the future for both for capital and also in the global trade, so that we can even further have Indonesia in the global map with a low carbon economy strategy going forward.
Okay, let's continue to the question, Pak Endo. So as you mentioned that the carbon pricing policy Indonesia has been developing now. So what is potential cooperations with South ASEAN countries, Central ASEAN countries? As we learned that Central ASEAN countries also have a sufficient GDP per capita with tremendous economic growth. So I think, what do you think about the potential collaborations within our corporations?
Yeah, on paper there are plenty that we will never run out of potential cooperation and partnerships, of course. But number one that is clear is potential in the investments related to, I would say, both the mitigation and I would say one of the clear focus as well is on energy efficiency. That's also potential cooperation that could be pursued going forward, because there are at least electricity or power sector is not the only one. So we still have the transportation, we still have the industry, we still have building. So these four should be looked at as potential sectoral partnerships in the future. Now, related to the carbon pricing ecosystem, I feel this is like, again, this is a tool, an instrument, so not every country has to do this. Indonesia decided to pursue the development of the carbon pricing ecosystem. I know in Central Asia, I think, please correct me if I'm wrong, I think Kazakhstan has a compliance market. So there is also an opportunity to create a linking market in the future, be it for the compliance market or for the offset market for green projects as well, especially for renewables project in the future, that I think we're very open to do it. But then again, the second the second potential that I mentioned here is a bit we need further discussion and collaboration. Yeah, that because I haven't seen really a linking carbon pricing ecosystem in the world now, not yet. We have Switzerland and the EU, I think we do have, but in reality, especially in emerging markets, they are still very, I would say, fragmented. Not only in the world, yeah. In the world, even the US doesn't even have an explicit carbon pricing ecosystem at the federal level. So this is something that I think we can explore together if we can find ways to basically make sure that we have a more standardized carbon pricing ecosystem globally, so that the principle of the common but differentiated responsibility in the fight against climate change could really be upheld. And this where we as South, I hate the word, southern countries, Indonesia, of course, the Central and South Asia could work together, speak up more, so that we can make sure that all this what has been happening, this climate crisis, the burden of the responsibilities should be borne with under this common but differentiated responsibility framework.
Okay, thank you very much, Endo Mahendro, as special advisor to Coordinator Minister, about the comprehensive explanations about the carbon pricing policy which in the Indonesian government has developed. So I think let's provide opportunity for the audience to have some interactions with the speakers, the questions, or maybe another insight, perspectives about the potential cooperations with Indonesian government, Indonesian businesses in terms of energy infrastructures. Please, maybe. Okay, madam, two ladies. Okay, you first.
Thank you very much for such comprehensive presentations by all panelists. My question is about the expected generation by renewables is quite significant, about 14,000 megawatts. And what will be the price of electricity generated by renewables in the future? What is your expectation here? And the second question is, what mitigation measures that might be implemented in refineries and upstream production? Thank you.
Okay, I think Pak Indo mungkin Bu Febi dulu. Please, Bu Febi.
Okay, thank you for the question. Regarding the price of renewable energy, actually, we have the presidential regulation on utilization of renewable energy for electricity. So in this regulation, we regulate several tariff for renewable energy. It's for the solar, wind, hydro, geothermal, and also wind. This regulation, the scheme of the price is on the selling price. So we have the selling price for the each technology of renewable energy with a different size, with a different tariff. And we implementing the scheme of two-stage price. The first stage for the first 10 years become the high price. And then after 10 years, for the second stage, the price is lower. So in the first stage, we hope that the price is really attract for the investor to invest in renewable energy. So we hope also they can achieve the break-even point in 10 years for the renewable energy project.
Pak Ido, yeah, please. I'd like to add a little bit, yeah. But this is more related to future potentials, yeah. So we are trying to make sure that everyone could join the party. We're going to need a lot, hundreds of billions of necessary investments. And we know for sure that for Indonesia, because we 17,000 islands, and so, yeah, energy access is key. So there will be no transition without transmission. And we need a strong transmission with really that could accommodate the increase and adoption of what's called the variable renewables going forward. So for that, the issue is the transmission financing. Now we still have the status quo, but I cannot promise anything. But we are discussing ways so that we can basically find ways to, so that we can, I would say, unlock the potential non-traditional potential financiers as well related to transmission financing. So this is still like, it might work, it might not work, but we have to find a way. And I learned a lot from India, I think, as well, how you use your INVIT model, investment trust model, so that you can make sure that the most important, you can price in, let's say, the grids, and then you can create you can crowd in the capital with the necessarily blended financing procedure, the constitutional capital chip in from the philanthropy and the likes, and from the endowment funds, the pension funds with longer term investment horizon. Because we need a lot. Without Indonesia, we need a strong transmission so that we can accommodate our energy transition in the electricity sector. And this requires both the expansion of the transmission as well as the I would say upgrading the transmission so that we can accommodate the variable renewables government. So there are plenty of opportunities, but the one that is clear now from the generation side is what has been explained by Ibu Febi. Yeah, but there are many other things that we are currently looking at, and we would like to unlock the global capital, so to invest in Indonesia in our energy transition journey.
Thank you, Mr. Edo Mahendro and Ibu Ferry. So maybe further question from, yes, Miss.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Benita Sasha from the ISR. We are a research think tank focusing on energy. Firstly, I have one point to make and also one question to ask. The first point is that it's a very good opportunity for Indonesia to engage with global south countries, and it's very good for diversifying our investment, especially in terms of renewable energy, and trying to lowering our dependency on only one countries or the Western countries or the China, and engaging with more of with our South countries. For example, with India, we can work together in solar panel, especially in downstreaming the modules part, which Indonesia is currently producing. By downstreaming the modules into solar cells or wafers, we can have better values for Indonesia, added productions. That is one examples with cooperation with with India. While I do also have one questions that with these renewable energy transitions, we will have more green jobs in the future. How can we ensure that cooperations with the global south countries will also ensure transfer of technology? Because sometimes, based on the experiences with our China counterparts, the transfer of technology is a little bit difficult due to their protections policy, for example. So with Pakistan, with India, with Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, how do we ensure that this cooperation will also foster the transfer of technology and also building human capacity in Indonesia? Thank you.
Thank you for your critical questions. Maybe let's hear from the international perspective from Ms. Rizayeva. What do you think about the questions? Do you have any empirical findings about those experience?
Well, I think the question was more on how you can attract investments from those countries. Well, definitely, it's first of all, as you said, it's transfer of technologies, because without that, any investment in this field of energy, renewable energy, especially green hydrogen, would be extremely difficult. Just coming from the experience again of my country is, for that you should have the relevant investment environment. The relevant regulations which would cover particularly renewable energy transition and decarbonization, because many countries in the world, especially in our part of the world, in your part of the world, these kind of regulations are absent. And the second thing I think is definitely the strategy, long-term strategy going forward. So, for instance, again, even in my country and in many countries, we lack of, for instance, let's say hydrogen strategy. Like most of the, for instance, European countries, they have clear vision of how to decarbonize, what steps needs to be taken for that. Within the particular time frame. So for that, you need to have this strategy documents in place, which would lead you to decarbonization with the help of renewable energy, solar, wind, green hydrogen, biofuel, etc., etc. So within the certain time period, I think that's also very important, because this creates a clear vision and picture for any investors which would be interested in coming and investing in your country. And third, the market itself, the price of electricity. If the price of electricity is extremely low, this might shy away in potential investors. But And it's not always the case because, again, an example from my country, the electricity price is very low in compare with the European prices. So it's around the 3 euro cent, but still we managed to attract international investors in renewable energy. For the time being, only solar and wind, but in the future, some Australian companies showed great interest in investing in green hydrogen, with potential of investing also in transportation of this green hydrogen via standalone infrastructure to Europe. So electricity price needs to be reviewed for attracting potential investors. And probably another thing is thinking of obviously in the probably long-term perspective, in the longer run, exporting renewable energy to other countries. Indonesia is a huge multi-island, but moving this electricity to different destinations would be also a very attractive thing for potential investors. Because this is already a huge market, but if there are better, more attractive markets in terms of higher price, that would be obviously very attractive things for investor.
Thank you. And we are so sorry because the time is very limited. The committee has remind us for the time limitations, so we cannot accommodate all the questions. So please have our closing statement from each speaker this afternoon. Maybe we can start first from our special advice to the minister. Edo, please.
Thank you. I think my closing statement, I think I really appreciate this kind of event. And I think what is important is to identify potential partnerships and cooperation so that we can have a very stronger tie, especially to voice our voice as the global south in the fight against climate change, and so that we can have a common strategy as well, that we can share ideas, knowledge, and technology in our journey towards low carbon economy and energy transition.
Thank you, Pak Edo. Maybe Ibu Andriansyah.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, we can collaborate together because actually every country with their own specific. So no one method is proper to the other. So we can sharing knowledge what is successful in one country and on the other country. So I think this event is very great to work together and sharing knowledge, sharing experience on how we do the decarbonization. Thank you.
Okay, Pak Wisnu, please, Pak Wisnu.
Yeah, I think in decarbonization, cooperation is inevitable these days because, it seems that countries are creating kind of blocks or uniting in this or that in some particular spheres of economy. And yes, cooperation is must in order to, have the successful implementation of all these projects that we talked about today. And connectivity, of course, connectivity between the regions is probably another the most important things here.
Thank you, Pak Wisnu, please, Pak.
Thank you. So I think in summary, we in Pertamina, we are interested in cooperating, be it inbound. If you, so as my colleague earlier, Pak Edo and Ibu Feby had elaborated earlier, if you do have interest to invest in the energy sector in Indonesia and requires a strong local partner, think look no further. Pertamina is ready to cooperate on that front, as well as outbound, as probably as Ibu mentioned. We also have ambitions to diversify as well and try to invest outside and try to bring the molecule back to Indonesia for the energy security of the country. So inbound and outbound, I think we are ready to cooperate as well. Thank you.
Okay, I think the short conclusions at our discussion this afternoon, the Global South Corporations has a broad opportunity, especially if we talked about Indonesia, South Asia, and Central Asian countries, and Indonesia as the one of the developing countries committed to energy transitions is ready to welcome potential investment as well also potential collaborations with South Asian and Central Asian countries. And thank you very much for listening and participating in this session. Please, big applause for Kemlu and our distinguished panelists.
So once again, thank you very much, all panels, for the interesting discussion on a very important topic, energy security and infrastructure. Before we close to the session, I would like to invite Bapak Jatmiko Heru Prasetyo, Director for South and Central Asia Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, to come to the stage to present a token of appreciation from the committee to the moderator and all respective panelists. Thank you very much, sir. Would you please to face to the camera and allow me to count starting from 3, 2, and 1. One more time. Starting from 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the second thematic panel discussion, food security and health, I would like to invite our moderator, Mr. Agung Nurwijoyo, MSc Lecturer of International Relations, University of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Agung Nurwijoyo.
Oke, cek. Ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone.
honorable panels and distinguished participants. Welcome to the second session of thematic panel discussion on food security and health sector. Um, Today, it is an honor for me to be serving you as a moderator today in this event, in this marvelous event. And however, this is something important for us. This is like a hub for us to, as a meeting point between stakeholders. If in 1945 we are talking too much about between cooperation between the global south, the main topic is about solidarity, but today we make this solidarity become a spirit of economic partnership. And right now, when we are talking about the food security and the health sector, I would like to invite the panels. The first one, Bapak Edi Martono. He is the chairman of Indonesian Palm Oil Association of or GAPKI. Bapak Edi Martono was appointed as the chairman of GAPKI since early 2023. Please come to the stage, Pak Edi. And also, he is named People of the Year by Sawit Indonesia Magazine in 2023. Give applause to Pak Edi. And the second one, we also have Ibu Yuliana Indriati. He is the Director of Business Development, PT Bio Farma. Please come to the set to Yuliana. He is the Director of Business Development at Bio Farma. And the third one, we have Mr. Fish Govindasamy. He is the President of Sri Lanka Indonesia Business Council and also Deputy Chairman of Sunshine Holding PLC. Welcome. And the last one, we have Mr. Ijaz Nizar. He is the founder and the CEO of Club Pakistan. Welcome to the stage. Okay. In this panel, actually, we will discuss about the addressing challenges in global food supply chains. We will try also to identifying potential areas for cooperation and also developing strategies to prepare for potential future food and health crisis. And this is very timely topic, I think. Because we are facing in the World Bank report, they mentioned that food security is notoriously complex with its own complexity. And I think without further ado, I would like to invite Pak Edi Martono, as the first speaker, to we will discuss more about the position of South and Central Asia region in the global palm oil market, and also how can cooperation in this sector can be enhanced with the South and Central Asia region. 5 until 7 minutes, Pak, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to present about and I want to introduce about GAPKI first. Okay, please next. GAPKI branches and member. GAPKI has 750 companies and 15 branches. Total area is around 3.76 million hectare. And next, palm oil industry is zero waste industry. Palm oil mostly is used for food, chemical industry, and bioenergy. Oil palm byproduct are used for energy, fertilizer, fiber, etc. Currently, Indonesia palm oil exported to more than 160 countries. This palm oil industry, many companies use palm oil product. So we don't realize that every day from we wake up until we want to go bed, to go sleep, we always meet palm oil product. Like this picture, you see that this picture from toothpaste, shampoo, soap, sun cream, lotion, margarine, etc. I think so. We don't realize it. Every day we meet palm oil product, biodiesel, renewable energy. Okay, next. Palm oil industry in Indonesia, planting area is around 16.38 million hectare. Big companies or state-owned company and private companies around 59%, and smallholder 41%. Production is around 50 million tons per year. Export earning, we broke the record in 2022 at around 39 billion US dollar when still at COVID-19. Job creation, 40.2 million workforces in upstream and 12 million workforces in downstream. And replace fossil fuel is around 10.45 million kiloliter, or see foreign exchange around 8.34 billion US. Next, production export. Production relatively stagnant for 4 years, from 50 until 44 million ton. So export tend to decrease. So next, palm oil export by type product. Indonesia's export is most is refined palm oil, not CPO, not crude palm oil. Yeah, I think it's refined palm oil. Next, and you have to know that Indonesia is the biggest producer palm oil in the world. But on the other side, Indonesia is the biggest consumer palm oil in the world too. So you see that that picture that every year all is increase. Because why? Because in Indonesia there is a biodiesel mandatory. From 2019, consumption in Indonesia is 32.3% from production, but in 2023 to be 42.3%. I think it's in 2024 is the biodiesel purely in B35, so will be increased. It's around maybe need a 14 million ton for raw material for biodiesel. But if we increase the mandatory to be P40, so the consumption will be increased too. Okay, export performance. You see that in 2024 decrease if you compare with 2023. July 2023 to July 2024, like in Middle East, other Africa, Egypt, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Pakistan, European Union, India, and China. China decrease is around 24.68%. So because why? Because palm oil is not just one of the vegetable oil in the world, but there are another vegetable oil. So if the another vegetable oil like sunflower oil, the supply of production is good, so this offer supply make the palm oil export decrease because they have a choice. And in 2024, the price of sunflower oil, the price of palm oil is higher than sunflower oil. Okay, next. Next, it is not enough. Okay. Export to from Indonesia to SGA countries. Yeah, I think it's the biggest still in India. Second in Pakistan, Bangladesh, but it's like Uzbekistan, Sri Lanka is still just a little. Okay. Next. Next. Okay. Export in India to India is in million ton is around in 2023 of 5.9 million ton. Because I think it's in 2024 will be decreased because now India what is increased import duty 22% increase import duty India import duty. Yeah. So I think will be effect of the or impact to palm oil export, Indonesian palm oil export to India. Okay. Next. India is yeah. Okay. Thank you. India is mostly CPO import CPO, but Pakistan, Bangladesh is processed palm oil. Okay. And next, the last. Okay. I think Indonesian trade balance and palm oil export with SCA countries are still positive with Pakistan, Bangladesh, and India. Thank you.
Thank you. Giving applause to Pak Dedi. Okay, thank you, Pak Edi. Yeah, I think for the comprehensive explanation about the performance of GAPKI. But later on, maybe we'll discuss more about the focus, the expansion of GAPKI to the South China, South and Central Asia. But later on, we will move to the second speaker, to Ibu Yuliana Indriati from Bio Farma. I think 5 until 7 minutes to discuss more about your views, the biopharma views about the potential cooperation with the South and Central Asia and the key opportunities collaboration with these regions. The floor is yours, Ibu.
Thank you, Pak Agung. Okay, at this time, from the Biopharma, would like to inform how the existence of Biopharma in the South and Central Asia. At the first, maybe it is about the Biopharma. Actually, starting in the 2020, Biopharma is as a SOE pharmaceutical holding, whereas there is 3 subsidiaries, Kimia Pharma, Indo Pharma, and Inoki. Because a Bio Pharma as a holding here, so actually because some of the company have focusing in certain areas, such as Bio Pharma in the vaccine, and then Kimia Pharma more on the pharmaceutical, and also on the OTC product, including the API, active pharmaceutical ingredients. And Indo Pharma is more on the herbal, and Inoki is for the radiopharmaceutical. In the biopharma itself, actually we have some of the PQWHO certification. So we already have the rank in the 9 rank in the global, because we supply a lot of vaccine through UNICEF and bilateral partnership. And actually the exporting countries that we already export the product through for a company, we already exporting to 160 countries. And we also have 12 manufacturing facility. In the vaccine, actually, we are leading in the UNICEF fulfillment, because 70% of the global demand for polio is coming from biopharma. Because Biopharma as a holding pharmaceutical company, state-owned enterprise, actually we have a complete healthcare ecosystem, starting from the R&D up to the manufacturing, API, including up to the retail Kimia Pharma apotek. And also here we also have pharmacies and also a laboratorium for diagnostic purposes. Next.